Sergeant Pepper's Lonely, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. It's wonderful to be here, it's certainly a thrill. You're such a lovely audience, we'd like to take you home with us, we'd love to take you home. I don't really want to stop the show, but I thought you might like to know that the singer's gonna sing the song. Everyone's gonna sing along. So let me introduce to you the one and only Billy Shears, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
What would you think if I sang out a tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends. What do I do when my love is away? Does it worry you to be alone? How do I feel by the end of the day?
Are you sad because you're on your own?
No, I get by with a little help from my friends. Get high with a little help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends.
Do you need anybody?
I need somebody to love.
Could it be anybody?
I want somebody to love.
Would you believe in a love at first sight?
Yes, I'm certain that it happens all the time.
What do you see when you turn out the light?
I can't tell you, but I know it's mine. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. Get high with a little help from my friends. Oh, I'm gonna try with a little help from my friends.
Do you need anybody?
I just need someone to love.
Could it be anybody?
I want somebody to love. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. Gonna try with a little help from my friends. Oh, I get high with a little help from my friends. Yes, I get by with a little help from my friends. With a little help from my friends.
The Beatles there. Hello, good evening. 5.5 hours of Perfumed Garden tonight. I'm sorry I wasn't here last night. Various confusions reigned and I couldn't be here. Anyway, I travelled back on the train to Ipswich last night and I promised the people on the train that I'd play a record for them. So this is for Tony and for Georgina Whitney, and I read somewhere in one of the music papers that this is one of my theme songs, so the least I can do is play it, and it's by The Attack, and it's also part of that Nautilus advertisement that people keep asking me about.
Standing in shadows, sitting in the park, wonder why we got to keep the love in the dark. I can't stand this kind of loving much more. Every place we turn to is another locked door. We want something uncomplicated, something that is not frustrated. We want something clean and free, but this is the way it's got to be. You can't want that kind of love any more than I do. You can't want that kind of love any more than I do. way it's got to be. You can't want that kind of love any more than I do. You can't want that kind of love any more than I do. You can't want that kind of love any more than I do. You can't want that kind of love.
There's the Attack, and You Can't Want That Kind of Love Any More Than I Do, which is the B-side of their version of Hi Ho Silver Lining, in case you're still wondering about it. And during the next 5.5 hours, or actually 5 hours and 20 minutes it is now, we're going to play all of the records that have made us happy in the Perfumed Garden, and all the records that we've enjoyed, which, you know, there are a lot of records, so we need 5 hours and 20 minutes to do it. And I hope you can stay until 5:30, because it's a long night, you know, but we've got an awful lot to do, an awful lot of very beautiful things to hear, and an awful lot of beautiful people to get to know a little bit better. Here's Donovan, who actually was the winner, I suppose, if there was a winner, in our thing for who was going to be the next Poet Laureate, with Roger McGough second and John Lennon third, and really there were no winners and no losers. Perhaps we should all collectively be Poet Laureate, if you have to have such an office. Anyway, this is Guinevere.
Guinevere of the royal court of Arthur, draped in white velvet, silk and lace, the rustle of her gown on the marble staircase sparkles on fingers slender and pale. The jester he sleeps, but the raven he peeps through the dark foreboding skies o'er the royal domain. Maroon colored wine from the vineyards of Chardonnay is sipped by the queen's lip, and so gently indigo eyes in the flickering candlelight. Such is the silence of royal Camelot. The jester he sleeps, but the raven he peeps through the dark foreboding skies o'er the royal domain. Guinevere of the royal court of Arthur, draped in white velvet, silk and lace, the rustle of her gown on the marble staircase sparkles on fingers both slender and pale. The jester he sleeps, but the raven he peeps through the dark foreboding skies o'er the royal domain.
That's Donovan, and that's called Guinevere, which is perhaps my favourite Donovan thing of all time. I got an awful lot of letters again yesterday, which the Perfumed Garden did, for which many thanks, something like somewhere around 350, which, is just amazing. And people were so kind and generous and thoughtful. And the main question they asked was, what now for the Perfumed Garden? Well, obviously, it's difficult to say. This phase of it is obviously over, but really I hope in some ways that it's just a start, because I may sort of fade away and, just disappear, but that's not really particularly important. The important thing is that if anybody, anywhere, has gained anything from it and learned that they should try and understand the people who live next door to them or people who live down the street and love them, then that's good. And if just one person practices that, for the rest of their lives as a result of some of the things that have been said by myself and other people in the Perfumed Garden, then we will have worked a miracle between us. And I think in some ways we have, actually. So who can tell what's going to happen from now on? I have no job to go to as far as the job goes. I'm not unduly concerned about it, though, actually, because something good is going to happen. Good things are happening. And a lot of people are realizing, what is going on. And a lot more people are coming over to our side, so to speak, if there is a side to be taken. Actually, it's a sort of non-side, really. But you understand what I mean. Anyway, there's a lot of people, too, that listen, have derived considerable pleasure from UFO, which was in Tottenham Court Road, and now, of course, is at the Roundhouse. And if UFO ever had a signature tune, I suppose this would be it. And these are the Purple Gang. Purple Gang, and that features John Hopkins, Hoppy, and that's another sad thing because Hoppy is still in jail, and let's hope that fairly soon something good happens there, like it happened to the Stones, and he can get out and there won't be any more problems. And anyway, let's not talk of sad things, because really this is a beautiful occasion, because from now on I shall be on shore, you see, and give me an opportunity to meet many of the people that I just know through the mails and through the letters and stuff like this that they've been sending, that I've been sending back to them. And so really, it's quite a beautiful thing. So between now and 5:30, let's just play good music and be happy, and maybe somebody somewhere will feel the vibrations and become aware as well. Here is a record for the White Rabbit, who's had to put up with an awful lot during the past 4 or 5 months. The Jefferson Airplane.
Alice when she's 10 feet tall. And if you go chasing rabbits and you know you're going to fall, tell 'em a hookah, a smoking caterpillar has given you the call. Call Alice when she was just small. When men on the chessboard get up and tell you where to go, and you just had some kind of mushroom and your mind is moving, go ask Alice, I think she'll know. When logic and proportion have fallen sloppy dead, and the white knight is talking backwards, and the red queen's off her head, remember what the Domine said. Feed your
It really is actually a magic record. It's one of these things that you look at it on the turntable like you're expecting it to drift away and disappear. It is so beautiful. There's so much to that. You must listen to it. And don't forget the Jefferson Airplane are going to be here sometime during this autumn, I understand. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to be, but wherever it is that they go, you must go and see them because they're one of the most important groups in the whole world. They've got some very important things to tell you and me as well. Here's another fellow who's given me an awful lot of pleasure, both as a person and as a musician over the past months. And this is my favourite track from his LP.
I'm gonna get up in the morning, believe I just might do. I'm gonna get up in the morning, believe I just might do. I gotta find my baby, I ain't got no time to lose. I'm gonna run away, believe I should tell the friend. I'm gonna write a letter, believe I should tell a friend. I'm gonna wind my baby, that's where I am. Everybody see my baby, tell her to hurry home. Everybody see my baby, I said hurry home. I got my mind be so worried, I don't want to be alone.
Unfortunately, we didn't get the tapes of John's next LP out here in time, but when it does come out, It's going to be called Campaign. Crusade, there you are. One I knew was one or the other. When it does come out, buy it, because there are a lot of very beautiful things on there that I think you will enjoy. I know you will enjoy, as a matter of fact. That was from the LP A Hard Road, which is on Decca, and that was called Dust My Blue. We have about 3 or 4 other versions of that, actually, between now and 5:30, so watch out for that, too.
Vitalis, for the natural look, Vitalis.
Yes, Vitalis, the only hairdressing with B7, the 100% greaseless grooming discovery.
Vitalis, for the natural look, Vitalis.
If you want your hair to look natural, but kept in place the way you want it all day long, make sure you use Vitalis.
Vitalis, for the natural look, Vitalis.
There you go. Fashionable phrase about a year ago when describing groups, at least in America. They used to say that a group produced a wall of sound. I don't know exactly what a wall of sound is, but here's a group that has for years, or for 2 or 3 years, produced not a wall of sound so much as a sort of grassy, leafy bower of sound. The Byrds, and this, of course, is 8 Miles High, which has to be perhaps their ultimate achievement. I don't know. A lot of people will disagree, in fact.
Touchdown, you'll find that it's stranger than known. Signs in the street that say where you're going are somewhere just being their own. There won't be found among those afraid of losing their ground. Railway town, known for its sound. In places, small faces unknown. Tapestry would have been a better description. Sounds and guitars weaving in and out of one another. Marvellous. Those are the Byrds, and that's 8 Miles High. I remember when I was a young lad, millions of years ago, and it was during the war, actually, and I used to go down and play on the marshes on the edge of the River Dee, across from the Welsh hills, you know,
sounds like a cue for a song right there. And it used to be very hot sometimes, you know, to be playing around. Every once in a while, a little breeze would spring up apparently from nowhere and just cool you down, just then drift away again, you know, and it'd just spring up every once in a while and touch you and then go away. And here's a song that does basically the same thing. It's by Tim Buckley from an Electra LP, and it's called Song, Slowly, Song. And some parts of this are so soft that you will barely hear them and think that there's something wrong with your radio, but there isn't. Never has been, actually.
With your beautiful hair and your 16 years, you kissed me as I lay still. If I can see you never, then I'll sleep forever. All my lonely love to kill. With your beautiful hair and your 16 years, you kissed me as I lay still. I can see you never, I'll sleep forever. All my lonely love to kill.
That's Tim Buckley, and that was called Song, Slowly, Song, which is very beautiful indeed, I think you'll agree. We owe thanks actually to a lot of people, in fact many thousands of people, you know, all the people who've written and become involved with the Perfumed Garden. One or two publications actually too, who've been kind and, you know, taken an interest and been aware of what was going on. the International Times, of course, and Oz has been nice. They sent me out some things which are very interesting, and of course Peace News, they've been kind, and some of the music papers, and then again some of the other music papers. The New Musical Express had precisely 2 lines about the closing of Radio London, saying that Andrew Oldham or someone would be distressed because Radio London was closing. It shows what an enormous impact we've made on them. Anyway, here's a group who really had a voice with us for the ages, and then sad things happened, and they had to break up and went in several different directions. But in some ways, they're going to get back to us, I know. I don't know exactly how, but they will. And I know Glenn Campbell, who's the lead guitarist of The Misunderstood, is going to be involved in something fairly beautiful that's coming up in the not-too-distant future, because I stand advised that Laurel is coming, you see, which is something you should pay particular attention to, I understand. Anyway, here are The Misunderstood, and the one Pearl that they did produce, and there are others on tape somewhere, but one of these days will, be released somehow if I have anything to do with it, and this is called I Can Take You to the Sun, and for about 4 minutes they did. Listen.
Guitar and song I dream. The sun is what I find. 'Cause love I am as you are loved, and never stop to doubt. And I've seen the meaning of the word that grows within, not out. 'Cause I rise in the morning beneath an open sky, with guitar and song I drift, and never stop to cry. 'Cause love I am as you are loved, and never stop to doubt. And I've seen the meaning of the word that grows within, not out. Speak of love, but you do not see. 'Cause words are words and they mean nothing more. With half a mind you laugh at me. 'Cause I speak of colors you've never seen before. You've existed in a life that will someday show. I can take you to the sun, but you don't want to go. I can take you to the sun, but you don't want to go. I can take you to the sun, but you don't want to go.
Misunderstood, and I Can Take You to the Sun, and the guitar of Glenn Campbell, which of course was I suppose the highlight of the group, although they all did marvellous things, has got to come back somehow. It simply can't be ignored. Hear him searing with fiery intensity as he does, and then turning round and bubbling like mountain pebble streams very gently, very quietly. An amazing guitarist, and he'll be back, you watch. Here at the Pink Floyd, they've got a lot of things to say, and they're going to have a lot more in the future. This is their LP, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, and this is Astronomy Domine, which is very difficult to say. I said it.
Second scene, the fight between the blue you once knew. Floating down, the sound resounds around the icy waters underground. Jupiter and Saturn, over on Miranda and Titania. Neptune, Titan, stars can frighten.
Floyd, and that's called Astronomy Domine from the LP Piper at the Gates of Dawn. I'll be hearing more from that a little later on, actually. A lot of people write in, in the spirit of genuine inquiry, I think, and say, how can you possibly advocating loving everybody? Because it's simply not practical. Of course, actually, perhaps it isn't practical in some ways, but on the other hand, if you look beyond the sort of obvious things right away, you see exactly how practical it is. Because if you can start somebody else doing the same thing, then the whole thing works like a chain reaction, and everything's going to work out. It's got to, sooner or later. You'll find out, if you stick with it, that it does. And I'd like to play a record for a couple of people who actually don't talk about it, they just do it. and I knew them, before I started this program, and I hope I know them for the rest of my life because they've been very kind and they're very nice people. So this is for Fiona and Jeffrey, with no particular significance, Canned Heat and Rolling and Tumbling. From Los Angeles, and that's Rolling and Tumbling. And don't forget, important thing, this is maybe the last chance I have to remind you about it. In fact, it is obviously the last chance I have to remind you about it. Make yourself a Perfumed Garden badge. Now, a lot of people, people who, sort of 20, 21, 20, and up there, they think, well, why should I bother? I mean, it's not sophisticated, how totally uncool to go around with a homemade badge on. But actually, it's a very good idea because we've got to establish some kind of communication, and I shall wear one. And despite what the Daily Sketch says, the Daily Sketch said the other day that I was a teenager, which is ridiculous actually, because I'm 28 at the end of this month. There you go, hideous revelations. Does anybody actually care? Because age is such a ridiculous thing anyway. I mean, such a hang-up. People say, I'm 17, as those, like saying that, I don't know, something frightfully important. It's not. But anyway, make yourself a Perfumed Garden badge, however ridiculous you feel, because I shall have one on, and I shall feel perfectly ridiculous, because I'm out grovelling for jobs with a Perfumed Garden badge on. But I might just meet you, you might meet me, and we might meet someone, infinitely more important. So, wear one, and, see what happens. Here's Marc Bolan and Tyrannosaurus Rex, which he sent out specially, which was very kind of him, and I like this. It's called Rings of Fortune.
Love black medallion.
people cry. Subtle people being subtle people die.
Oh, what a fantastic voice. He's got bound to have all kinds of marvellous things happen for him. That's Marc Bolan and Tyrannosaurus Rex, and that was called The Rings of Fortune. Now, if you were playing the other side of that a little later on, you've got all the time in the world. I was very afraid, actually. I was thinking about this today when I was coming back on the tender, because I had to go off last night. Gloom situations. I was thinking, I'm going to be terribly maudlin and depressed, But actually, I'm getting as jazzed as I always do, listening to all these fine records and things. So it's going to be a fairly ecstatic 4.5 hours, if you can bear it until 5:30, and I hope you'll be able to. Ring up work. If you have to work, ring up and tell them that you had some traumatic experience during the night and that you can't make it. And they won't believe you, but there you are. I can't prove it.
Is coming off the air, so here's your chance to own a piece of history, the Big L film. This standard 8mm home movie lasts for 5 minutes and features your favorite DJs in action in the Big L studios and where they eat and sleep. You can see all this and more in your own front room. All you have to do is to buy a copy. To go with the Big L film, Radio London are giving a soundtrack on disc which gives you some interesting information about all of us here on Galaxy. And the cost of the Big L film, with the disc and postage and packing, is only £2.12 if you want it in color, or £1.10 for black and white. However, if you're a Big L Super 8 fan, we want you to send an extra 10 shillings for your Super 8 print. Make sure of your copy today and the chance to share in history. Send your check or postal order to Big L Film, Radio London, 17 Curzon Street, London, West 1.
Oh, well, indeed. Thank you, Mark. Yes, I'd like to have one of those films, as a matter of fact. I thought I was going to be the star of it, you see, originally, because they took thousands of feet of film of me, and they cut them all out, to most of them anyway, which is very disheartening. But anyway, that's life, I suppose. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, some of the happiest hours that you've had in the Perfumed Garden so far together have been, as far as I've been concerned anyway, when I've been talking about these tiny little things like dibblers and sparrows and mini mice and gerbils and jerboas and all these other things, and hamsters, because I'm really insane about them. I go to the zoo and I go into the small mammal house and I see these little tiny things hopping about, and they just go around and they all bite their fingernails, when they eat, they all hold it up in their sort of paws in front of them, and you hear them like this with the food, and it's marvellous. They hop about and grin at you, because they're behind the glass and they don't have to bother. And they really do know something. They honestly do. You'd be surprised. And of course the sparrows do in the park and everything. So when I move into, get organised in the new Peel Acres, the place is going to be full of hamsters and other little things hopping about. And it's all going to be entirely beautiful. And I hope that thousands of you will be able to come down there and visit us. I was going to mention the address on the air, but this sounds ridiculous. You're not going to believe it, but I've forgotten what it is, and I can't remember. I know it's somewhere near Parsons Green Tube Station, and that's all I know. But anyway, thousands of you will be coming down there because I'll meet you at UFO and places like that, and it's going to be marvellous, because it's going to be on the shore all the time. Anyway, I'm raving on. Here to Simon and Garfunkel with a song that sums up the whole thing in many ways. This is At the Zoo.
Someone told me
Hamsters
it's all
know.
happening at the zoo. I do believe it. I do believe it's true. It's a light and tumble journey from the east side to the park, just a fine and fancy ramble to the zoo. But you can take a crosstown bus if it's raining or it's cold, and the animals will love it if you do. If you do now. Something tells me it's all happening at the zoo. I do believe it. To believe it's true. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The monkeys stand for honesty, giraffes are insincere, And the elephants are kindly, but they're dumb. Orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages, and the zookeeper is very fond of rum. Zebras are reactionaries, antelopes are missionaries, pigeons plot in secrecy, and hamsters turn on frequently. What a gas you got to come and see at the zoo, at the zoo. At the zoo, at the zoo, at the zoo.
Simon and Garfunkel at the zoo there. And actually, if you ever do come down to Peel Acres, we have quite an exhibition going for you once the place is decorated, you see. You'll have things like mad engineer Russ Tollerfield, who'll be sitting there in a little cage, phasing things and brewing tea all day long, which is what he should be doing right now. I haven't heard this before. Somebody sent it to me and I thought I'd play it and we could all hear it together for the first time. It's Howling Wolf's version of Dust My Broom. Should be interesting. Hubert Stomlin on guitar.
I dust my broom. I'm all get up in the morning. I believe I dust my broom. I'm gonna quit the gal I'm loving while my friend can have my room. I'm all get up in the morning. I believe I dust my broom. I dust my broom. I'm gonna put the gal I'm loving out while my friends can have my room. I'm gonna get up in the morning. I believe I dust my broom. I'm gonna get up in the morning. I believe I dust my broom. Put the gal I'm loving while my friends can have my room. I believe my time ain't long. I believe my time ain't long. I got a letter from my baby. They breaking up my happy home. Telephone every town. I'm gonna write me a letter and telephone every town I know. If she's not in your league, she's an East Monroe, you know. I'm gonna write me a letter, telephone every town I know. Me a little telephone every town I know. If she's not in your league, she's an East Monroe, you know. Woman
That's Howling Wolf and Dust My Blues, which was a bit of a mess, actually, wasn't it? Because vastly over-recorded piano, and you couldn't hear the lead guitarist at all. Anyway, time for us to check the weather, regardless. It's going to be, mainly cloudy, although it'll be dry tonight, with temperatures falling to 10 degrees or 50 degrees, depending which way you like to count them. And today will be cloudy with rain in places, becoming heavier as the day progresses. Temperatures will be a cool 19 degrees centigrade, 66 degrees Fahrenheit, and the winds will freshen. Outrageous. The outlook for Tuesday, changeable with rain at times and sunny intervals. It's supposed to be a very dodgy day at sea tomorrow too, so it's just as well we're coming off, really. Here are Sin, and this is the 14-hour Technicolor Dream. Watch out for them, they've got a lot of good ideas.
Gravitational pull. Is it society making you out to be a fool? Forget it, child, you can become a queen, the prettiest girl that the world has ever seen. At the 14-hour Technicolor, 14-hour Technicolor dream. Shades of orange and shades of shades of purple, yellow and tangerine, shades of blue, black and even cream. It's a 14-hour Technicolor dream. You got your freedom, do what you like, shoot yourself, root yourself, that'll be alright. At the 14-hour Technicolor, 14-hour Technicolor dream.
Those are Sin, and that was called the 14-hour Technicolor Dream, which is going to be released as a single, I think, and I hope you'll buy it. I was thinking, how terribly condescending I was sound. I'm sitting here saying, yes, they have very good ideas. And one of their ideas has burst my brains out, frankly, I mean, if I could create things like that, I should be very jazzed altogether. Anyway, during these summer holidays, 2 American university students are operating a program of community service jobs for teenage volunteers in the borough of Hackney. And the volunteer work is largely odd jobs like gardening and house cleaning for old people who are too old or too disabled to do it for themselves. They need help. So, if you live in the area and find that you have the time to spare this summer, why not volunteer? And the chances are you will do, actually, because this is a good idea. I hadn't read this before. The programme is based at Hoxton Hall at 128A Hoxton Street in Shoreditch. That's Hoxton Hall, 128A Hoxton Street, Shoreditch. Drop in on any weekday. And that would be a nice thing to do, actually, if you don't have anything to do this summer. That's showing that you love people instead of just sitting and talking about it and saying that you love your neighbour and all this kind of stuff. You're getting out and doing something about it, which is, after all, what you should be doing, I suppose. Here are the Velvet Underground, and this is called Venus in Furs. Special request for Mick Farron and the Social Deviants. He explained it to me, you see.
sleep for 1,000 years, 1,000 dreams that would awake me, different colors made of tears. Kiss the boot of shiny, shiny leather, shiny leather in the dark. Tongue the thongs, the belt that does await you. Strike, dear mistress, and cure his heart. Severin, speak so slightly. Severin, down on your bended knee. Taste the whip, in love not given lightly. Taste the whip, now bleed for me. Sleep for 1,000 years, 1,000 dreams that would awake me, different colors made of tears. Shiny, shiny boots of leather, whiplash girl, child in the dark. Severin, your servant, comes and bells, please don't forsake him. Strike, dear mistress, and cure his heart.
Those are the Velvet Underground with their strange, haunting and sometimes rather frightening things. That was called Venus in Furs, and I went up during that record to have a look at the night, which incidentally is very beautiful. So if you're anywhere near a window, go out and look at it and breathe and perhaps yell, "I love you" into the night again. And it'll make you feel great. A lot of people wrote and said last time they went out and yelled, "I love you." And they're a little afraid at first, you know, but then it felt good after they'd done it. So try it. I went out on deck and yelled, "I love you." Of course, I'm in no danger of getting arrested for contributing to conspiring to cause a nuisance or something, whatever it is they charge you with. And anyway, mad engineer Russ Tollerfield, who's upstairs needlessly fiddling with things, told me that he understood what that record was all about. So my incredible naivety, I had no idea until he explained, you see, until Mick Farron explained. So there you go. Here's an announcement to which you might like to pay particular attention.
Hello, this is Eric Burden, and I'm inviting you to join me next Monday at this station at 1:30 for the Juicy Fruit Spectacular. All my mates in the pop will be there, so we'll see you then.
I see, yes. Well, that's very good, Eric. And actually not so much next Monday as today, you see. If you try joining us next Monday, you're going to be in dead trouble right away. Here's another fellow who's given us a lot of pleasure in the Perfumed Garden, in addition to being a very nice person in himself, you see. Jeff Beck, and this is called Rock My Plimsoll. got to interrupt that very swiftly there because there was something wrong with our naughty stylus, so we'll replace it to start all over again. In the meantime, here are Big Brother and the Holding Company, and in their estimation, all is loneliness, which is wrong, actually. Big Brother and the Holding Company there, and that was called All Is Loneliness, you see, which never became a hit in America, unfortunately, because it's on rather an obscure label. We're going to have 5 seconds silence here because mad engineer Russ Tollerfield wants to try and find out why something is making a curious noise that it shouldn't be making. So, count 5 from now. Okay, mad engineer Russ Tollerfield says that he's figured out what it's all about. So there you go. So we'll get rid of all these curious, extraneous noises that are hampering things at the moment. Here's Jeff Beck once again, and second try at Rock My Plimsoll. It's all happening. Something for you to talk about tomorrow.
Keep on rocking me, babe. Rock me all night long.
Rock My Plimsoll, the Jeff Beck group there, and I understand they're going to be doing an LP very shortly. When it comes out, I insist that you buy it. Here's another commercial announcement for your consideration, you see.
Vitalis is the only 100% greaseless hairdresser. It's exactly how Vitalis looks and feels.
Keeps your hair in place all day.
Yes, Vitalis keeps your hair in place all day without messy grease.
Use Vitalis pure and natural. Keeps your hair in place all day.
Vitalis is the only hairdressing with invisible V-Sec, the clean, natural grooming agent.
It keeps your hair in place all day.
Do you use Vitalis?
I don't, as a matter of fact, but there you are. I have an uneasy feeling that at 5:30 this morning, the Perfumed Garden may very slowly lift up into the air with all of us inside of it and just drift away somewhere and spend the rest of our lives, which will be forever perhaps, drifting around, and be very nice indeed. One of the people I hope will be there when it does, Bob Dylan.
Well, I ride on a mail train, babe. Can't buy a thrill. Well, I've been up all night, leaning on the windowsill. Well, if I die on top of the hill, shining through the trees. Don't the brakeman look good, Mama, dragging down the double E? Don't the sun look good going down over the sea? But don't my gal look fine when she's coming after me? Time is coming, the windows are filled with frost. I went to tell everybody, but I could not get across. Well, I wanna be your lover, baby, I don't wanna be your boss. Say I never warned you when your train gets lost.
the group John. Not I talk about the group John. I'm all confused. That's what I was going to play next, because we've got people rushing around in here, straightening things out. That was Bob Dylan, and It Takes a Train to Cry, whatever it's called. I never can remember the name of it. I'm all messed up. It Takes a Lot to Laugh, It Takes a Train to Cry. There you go, which is actually my favourite track from the Highway 61 Revisited LP. Here is John, which was what I was going to say before, and this is a thing called Is It Love, which is going to be released as a single, I understand, on Columbia, if I'm not much mistaken. Do you realise we have another 4 hours in the benign nocturnal sunshine of the Perfumed Garden? It's a marvellous thought, isn't it? Those were John. I think it is. I hope you do too. That was called Is It Love? And here is unashamedly one of my favourite tracks from the Revolver LP, which I share with, actually, nobody else seems to like it particularly strongly, but I think it's marvellous.
You got everything you want, and your bird can sing, but you don't get me. You don't get me. You say you've seen 7 wonders, and your bird is green, but you can't see me. You can't see me. When your possessions start to weigh you down, look in my direction. I'll be round, I'll be round.
doubt. And Your Bird Can Sing from the Revolver LP. And I think I'll let it run on into the next track.
Your day breaks, your mind aches. You find that all her words of kindness linger on when she no longer needs you. She wakes up, she makes up, she takes her time and doesn't feel she has to hurry. She no longer needs you. And in her eyes you see nothing, no sign of love behind the tears cried for no one. A love that should have lasted years. You want her, you need her, and yet you don't believe her when she says her love is dead. You think she needs you. And in her eyes you see nothing, no sign of love behind the tears cried for no one. A love that should have lasted years. You stay home, she goes out. She says that long ago she knew someone, but now he's gone, she doesn't need him. Your day breaks, your mind aches. There will be times when all the things she said will fill your head. You won't forget her. And in her eyes you see nothing, no sign of love behind the tears cried for no one. A love that should have lasted years.
No confusion reigns here on the Perfumed Garden, unfortunately. Those, of course, were the Beatles, and that was For No One. And Country Joe and the Fish now. Oops. And yeah, I told you confusion was reigning. And this is Not So Sweet Martha Lorraine.
She hides in an attic concealed on a shelf, behind volumes of literature based on herself. And runs across the pages like some tiny elf, knowing that it's hard to find stuff way back in her mind. Winds up spending all of her time trying to memorize every line. Sweet Lorraine, ah, sweet Lorraine. Sweet Lady of Death wants me to die, so she can come sit by my bedside and sigh, and wipe away the tears from all my friends' eyes. Then softly she will explain just exactly who was to blame for causing me to go insane, finally blow out my brain. Sweet Lorraine, ah, sweet Lorraine. Well, you know that it's a shame and a pity you were raised up in the city and you never learned nothing about country ways. Oh, about country ways. The joy of life, she dresses in black, with celestial secrets engraved in her back. And her face keeps flashing that she's got the knack. But you know, when you look into her eyes, all she's learned, she's had to memorize. And the only way you'll ever get her high is to let her do her thing and then watch you die. Sweet Lorraine, ah, sweet Lorraine. Now she's the one who gives us all those magical things. Reads us stories out of the I Ching. Then she passes out a whole new basket of rings that when you put on your hand makes you one of the angel band and gives you the power to be a man. But what it does for her you never quite understand. Sweet Lorraine, ah, sweet Lorraine. Well, you know that it's a shame and a pity you were raised up in the city and you never learned nothing about country ways. Oh, about country ways. Oh, about country ways. Yeah, about country ways.
Walk outside my house and see the doorstep. Gliding through the lazy arms of the
This was the Orange Bicycle, and that was called Hyacinth Threads, you see, which is a new release on the Columbia label. And you'll have to forgive us for all the confusion, which I'm very, very sorry, but we had to move out of one studio into another because, as you could tell, there was something wrong with the signal that was coming out of the other one. You know, that crackling sound that you'll have noticed is gone. So they're fixing that. So I'm in a different room right now, you see, which explains all the mistakes that I should be making during the next 10 or 15 minutes. Anyway, here's Marc Bolan again, and this is a thing called Hippy Gumbo. that seems, there you go, that's Marc Bolan and Hippy Gumbo, which I think is great. I don't know when it was released or at all, anything about it, but there you are. Very strange things happening in the Perfumed Garden tonight, and but we're going to get it all organised. Mad engineer Russ Tollerfield is at work, and what more could you possibly ask for? Here's John Mayall with the Bluesbreakers and Double Trouble. Overlooking the fact that we're going to be here until 5:30 this morning, playing all the records that have brought us happiness and joy in the Perfume Garden. Don't forget also, as I mentioned before, to make yourself a Perfume Garden badge and wear it, regardless of how ridiculous you feel, because it's important, because we've got to start communicating with one another before it's all too late, you see. And it transpires, incidentally, that the trouble in the other studio was my fault, you see, as I had a feeling it would be. You know, but mad engineer Russ Tollerfield and almost as mad engineer Mayall told me that it's because of something that I had done, you see. So, it shows you typical Pelian confusion. Here's Tim Hardin, and this is from Tim Hardin 1, Hang On to a Dream, which is something we'll be doing over the next few months.
What can I say? She's walking away from what we've seen. What can I do? Still loving you. It's all a dream. How can we hang on to a dream? How can it really be the way it seems? can I do? She's saying we're through with how it was. What will I try? I still don't see why. She says what she does. How can we hang on to a dream? How can it really be the way it seems? What can I say? She's walking away from what we've seen. What can I do? Still loving you. It's all a dream. How can we hang on to a dream? How can it really be the way it seems? How can we hang on to a dream?
Hang on to a dream, that's Tim Hardin in the Perfumed Garden. 10 minutes until 2, which means something like 3 hours and 40 minutes. Is that right? I don't know, I'm a very bad mathematician. 3 hours and 40 minutes left of the Perfumed Garden anyway. And here's another group. They've got a couple of LPs released in the States, which ought to be worth hearing if you'd never get hands on a copy. The Electric Prunes, and this is called Wind Up Toy. Wind-up toys and electric prunes. I'm not exactly sure whether the philosophy behind that is right or not, but if we are all wind-up toys, then at least we're winding ourselves up for once instead of telling other people to do it. Anyway, here's Donovan, and this is the Epistle to Dippy.
Misty mountain, see the young monk meditating, rhododendron forest over dusty hills. I ask you, what it's been like being you? Through all levels you've been changing, getting a little bit better, no doubt. The doctor bit was so far out. looking through crystal spectacles. I can see I had your fun. During our paper back reader, made the teacher suspicious about insanity. Fingers always touching, girl. Through our levels you've been changing, getting a little bit better, no doubt. The doctor bit was so far out, looking through all kinds of windows. I could see I had your fun, looking through all kinds of windows. I can see I had your fun. Looking through crystal spectacles, I can see I had your fun. Looking through crystal spectacles, I can see I had your fun. Rebel against society, such a tiny speculating whether to play a hip hop, skip along quite merrily. Through our levels you've been changing, elevator in the brain hotel, broken down but just as well. Looking through crystal spectacles, I can see I had your fun.
That's Donovan with the Epistle to Dippy, 4 minutes before 2 o'clock, and we shall have some exhilarating weather for you at 2. I know you're looking enormously forward to that. Here's another fellow who's given us a lot of pleasure in the Perfumed Garden, and there's a Cream with Eric Clapton and Jack Bruce and Ginger Baker and the Tales of Brave Youth.
Thought the leaden winter would bring you down forever, but you rode upon a steamer to the violence of the sun.
And the colors of the sea find your eyes with trembling mermaids, and you touch the distant beaches with tales of brave Ulysses, how his naked ears were tortured by the sirens sweetly singing, for the sparkling waves are calling you to kiss the white lace net. And you see a girl's brown body dancing through the turquoise, and her footprints make you follow where the sky loves the sea. And when your fingers find her, she drowns you in her body, carving deep blue ripples in the tissues of your mind.
Tiny purple fishes run laughing through your fingers, and you want to take her with you to the hard land of the winter.
Her name is Aphrodite, and she rides a crimson shell, and you know you cannot leave her, for you touch the distant sands with tales of brave Ulysses, how his naked ears were tortured by the sirens sweetly singing.
Tiny purple fishes run laughing through your fingers, and you want to take her with you to the hard land of the winter.
Cream and Tales of Brave Ulysses, perhaps one of these days in the Perfumed Garden, if it expands a little bit, you'll be able to sail around from island to island in beautiful Greek boats and things like this. There'd be huge ships, you know, with great big sails, with cargoes of jade and rubies with sweet wine. It'll be something very nice indeed. Time that we check the weather quickly. Tonight's going to be mainly cloudy, although it will be dry, with temperatures falling to 10 degrees centigrade, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Today will be cloudy with rain in places, becoming heavier as the day progresses. Temperatures will be cool, 19 degrees centigrade, 66 degrees Fahrenheit, and the winds will apparently freshen. The outlook for tomorrow, or today, whichever it is. No, Tuesday, that's right, that's the day after. Changeable, with rain at times and sunny intervals. And these are a group called Giant Sunflower, about whom I know absolutely nothing.
Walking down the happy as can be, not a single care, no one wants to bear. I'm as free as I could wanna be. February sunshine, like a happy sunshine. February sunshine, now I know that it was made for me. Laughing like a clown, I move around. I can't really, no one's pushing me. I'm as free as I wanna be. February sunshine, like a happy sunshine. February sunshine, sunshine. February's the happy time of the year. Easter bunny, hopping Our children singing, loving, people laughing, things are happening. I'm as free a man as I can be. February sunshine, such a happy sunshine. February sunshine, I know that it was made for me. February sunshine, February sunshine, February
Splendidly choral sounds there from the Giant Sunflower, February Sunshine. Sounds like they're going to start sort of chuckling at any moment, very happy. Anyway, sometime after this record, we'll be transferring back to our original home, you see, so there'll be strange noises. Anyway, these are the Shadows of Night, and this is called the Light Bulb Blues.
Well, first I lost my woman. She went away and left me flat. But now I lost my mind. I don't know where I'm at. I got no happy heart.
are back in the Perfumed Garden. Everything's under control again, or appears to be. Got back in the original little room, you see, which is where I feel at home. I have the incense going and everything, and all the lights off, or most of the lights off. And I sit in here and weave strange spells in my own mind, and perhaps in yours too, to a certain extent. Here are the Rolling Stones, and this is something that sums it all up, I suppose. From all of us out here on the ship, we love you. Those are the Rolling Stones, and we love you. Definitely a record for the gods, that. And it'll be released, I don't know, in a week or so, I suppose. We've had it out here for 10 days, you know, and this week's music papers, which have managed to, in some extraordinary way, completely overlook the closing down of Radio London, except for a couple of brief lines, you know, in jest mainly, Anyway, they're saying, that they've just heard this record and how marvellous it is and how much you're all going to enjoy it when you finally get to hear it yourselves in about a week. Here are Moby Grape, and this is called Changes. Moby Grape, and that was called Changes from that LP, which was lent to us by Chris Houston. Many thanks. A lot of people, in the letters that we've been getting have been saying how sad they were that the Perfumed Garden was going off the air, and in some ways it is sad, but overall, actually, if you consider the whole thing, it's rather a joyous occasion, because it's just going to be like one letter, from one word dropping out of The Hobbit, the whole book, and it'll still make sense without it, and it's just a very minor thing, just a very small part of it, very, very tiny, insignificant fragment of the whole picture, and the whole picture is the important thing, and the whole picture is what we've got to get involved with, and we've got to get very deeply into it, and because there are so many beautiful things that are going to come out, that are going to work out, and all the bad scenes, all the things that have been good lately, that have turned sour, have come up for the best in the long run, like the moving of UFO from Tottenham Court Road to the Roundhouse, which I understand has proved to be a great success, and things like this, and things go downhill, and they come back up again, and every time they go down, when they go back up, they go higher and higher and higher than they were before. You wait and see, something beautiful is going to happen, and we're all going to be involved in it together. Splendid. Here's Jeffrey Clowes with our song.
I was sitting at my radio, alone and feeling blue.
gonna be a sad, sad day when the perfume garden will dies away. A voice so soft and gentle came into my brain. I whispered very slowly, it's a number by the Jefferson aeroplane. Gonna be a sad, sad day when the perfume garden wilts and dies away. Loving kind makes everything so fine, fine, fine. Jump in. I really feel for that dimple loving big hill DJ Bill. He played the mothers of invention and the velvet underground. Some freaky music for the zodiac cosmic sound. It's gonna be a sad, sad day when the perfume garden wilts and dies away. Perfume garden's leaving, what am I gonna do? Between those sacred hours of 12 till 2. It's gonna be a sad, sad day when the perfume garden wilts and dies away.
That's Jeffrey Prowse, and I think that's marvellous. I love it. And that's called the Perfume Garden Blues, or John Peel's Lament. And one of the things that I should be able to do, you see, as a result of this, is to go and see Jeffrey and talk to him, you know, and visit with him somewhere in Hertfordshire, and that'll be very beautiful, something nice to be able to do. And very possibly, I hope there's a chance that I'll be able to come and visit you, or meet you, or something, because you must understand that I love you.
Tonight, at noon, supermarkets will advertise threepence extra on everything. Tonight, at noon, children from happy families will be sent to live in the home. Elephants will tell each other human jokes. America will declare peace on Russia. World War I generals will sell poppies in the streets on November the 11th. The first daffodils of autumn will appear when the leaves fall upwards to the trees. Tonight, at noon, pigeons will hunt cats through city backyards. Hitler will tell us to fight on the beaches and on the landing fields. Tunnel full of water will be built under Liverpool. Pigs will be sighted flying information over Woolton, and Nelson will not only get his eye back but his arm as well. White Americans will demonstrate for equal rights in front of the Black House. And the monster has just created Dr. Frankenstein. Girls in bikinis are moonbathing. Folk songs are being sung by real folk. Art galleries are closed to people over 21. Poets get their poems in the top 20. Politicians are elected to insane asylums. There's jobs for everyone and nobody wants them. In back alleys everywhere, teenage lovers are kissing in broad daylight. In forgotten graveyards everywhere, the dead will quietly bury the living. And you will tell me you love me.
Adrian Henry. I'm Adrian Henry with the Scouse guitar of Andy Roberts. There, you see, some of that's already coming true. Poets are getting their poems into the top 20, aren't they? I mean, look at the lists and things, you know, and see how many of the things up there are really poems just set to music, or music set to poems, or one or the other. Anyway, here's Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band, and a thing with the incredibly beautiful and lyrical title of Abba Zabba. Just outside Cairo, I think.
Before song blues, that big baboon. That big baboon, Abba Zabazoo. Two shadows of moon, Abba Zabazoo. That big baboon, Abba Zabazoo. That big baboon. You can hold up pretty soon. That big baboon. Yeah, run, catch her soon. Sunshine on, that pretty bubble. Mother says son, she says son, you can't lose with the stuff you use. That pretty bubble. That pretty bubble. Two shadows of moon. Gonna catch us soon. That pretty bubble. That pretty bubble. Run, morning soon, Indian dream, flag a moon, yellow bird fly high to battle sky, two shadows at noon, that baby baboon, gonna catch her soon, that baby baboon.
I think Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band are marvellous. I really do. A lot of people don't, though. Fantastic sound, very strange voice he has. I think he must have been originally intended for another planet, as a matter of fact. But anyway, that's from an LP called Safe as Milk, which definitely isn't, actually. And even the inner sleeve of the thing is magnificent. It's all tied up with the Family Dog organisation of San Francisco. You know, have so many of these superb groups. And it's got... it's just a marvellous thing. You must have it, as a matter of fact. It says, "May the baby Jesus shut your mouth and open your mind," which is their motto, you see. Here's the Jimi Hendrix Experience and a Tony Hendrix Experience there, and that is called The Burning of the Midnight Lamp. And there'll be a certain amount of that going on too as we travel expediently during the next few weeks. Here's Roy Harper and the title song from his LP, Sophisticated Beggar.
Sophisticated beggar living underneath your summer day.
counting all my blessings, I'm counting all the money I've accumulated on my way. I don't want your plastic gods or tin pot religions and silly ideas. All I want is your money.
That's Roy Harper. That's the thing called Sophisticated Beggar, and it's the title song of his LP on Strike, which is no longer available. The label is called Strike, you see, said he explaining. And the mad laughter in the background, our engineers who are busy dropping things and destroying property, which of course isn't theirs. Here's our essential nocturnal rave for this evening from the Paul Butterfield Blues Band.
Look over yonder's wall, hand me down my walking cane. Well, I got myself a woman, yonder come your man. I'm in love with you, baby, you don't treat me right. You take all my money, walk the streets at night. Look over yonder's wall, hand me down my walking cane. Well, I got myself a woman, yonder come your man. I don't know how many men he killed, I know he killed enough. Look over yonder's wall, hand me down my walking cane. Well, I got myself a woman, yonder come your man. Over yonder's wall, hand me down my walking cane. Well, I got myself a woman, yonder come your man.
Paul Butterfield Blues Band and Look Over Yonder's Wall, and that featuring, of course, Mike Bloomfield on lead guitar, who's now got his own group called the Mike Bloomfield Flag, which should be very interesting. I've got the Grateful Dead LP in front of me, and they seem to call themselves collectively Skjelefetti, which is an extraordinary name. It's like the Rolling Stones. They used to call themselves Nanka Felge when they wrote. So here's a composition by Skjelefetti, and it's called Cold Rain and Snow. Cold Rain and Snow from the Grateful Dead, and I understand that they had to record this record in sort of a couple of hours almost, because Warner Brothers wanted to get what they call a psychedelic record, you see, onto the market as quickly as they possibly could. So that may explain the fact that the LP is, I think, in many ways rather disappointing. So what we'll have to do is wait and see what the Grateful Dead do next, and then that should be an indication of what they're really like. Here's a record that actually Kenny Everett played for the first time on Radio London and introduced me to, really, because I never bothered to listen to it all that closely before, and it's become one of the favourite records in the Perfumed Garden. And incidentally, don't forget to listen to Kenny, because he'll try and tell you basically what's going on. This is The Castle from Love.
Here's my baggage, hand me my staff. I'm living in a boat, the plane a raft. Oh, A my love, be a love so hard to choose. If I were in my mind, it I would use. Oh, going back to mother, living on the double. Think I'll go to Mexico. Oh, oh.
Everything that a popular record should be, really. Those are Love from the LP Da Capo, and I read somewhere that Love have disbanded as a group, which would be a great pity if they have. I don't know, you hear so many strange rumours about them, and they're very strange people in themselves too. Here's Marc Bolan again with a record that he recorded some time ago, I'm not exactly sure when. It's called The Wizard.
Walking in the woods one day, I met a man who said he was magic. Wonderful things he said. Pointed hat upon his head. He knew why people laughed and cried, why they lived and why they died. Shadows followed him around. He walked the woods without a single sound. Golden eagles at his door, casting fast play on the floor. Silver sunlight in his eyes, he charms his magic from sky.
That was the end, you see. Do you mind? Right in my ear. That was Marc Bolan, and that was called The Wizard. What a night tonight is proving to be. I thought, I'd do a nice, quiet, peaceful show, and just talk and chat and carry on and everything. And it's been a madhouse over here, people running in and out, and things being dropped and broken, and me just sitting here trying to ignore it. Slam the door, go ahead, it's all right. It's like Grand Central Station, it's unbelievable. Anyway, here are the incredible string band. And this is called the Mad Hatter Song, which is singularly appropriate for our environment right now, I think.
Oh, seekers of spring, how could you not find contentment in the time of riddling reasons in this land of the blind? By the joke of fate alone, it's sure that as the loved hand leaves you, you clutch for the slipstream, the realness to find. But do what you like. Live till you die, my poor little man. For Jesus will stretch out his hand no more. But in the south is many a waving tree. Oh, that musky thing does move your pain. In the warm south winds, the lost flowers bloom again. And if you cry, you know you'd fill a lake with tears. Still wouldn't turn back the years since the city has took you. Mad Hatter's on my mind. So sad, sad to see their way through. Those of the people that I knew, that happy the fellow Fulton, Mad Hatter's on my mind. And you must have to see clear sometime. Prometheus, the problem child, still juggling with his brains, gives his limping leopard's visions to the miser in his veins. Within the ruined factories, the normal so insane, as he sets the sky beneath his heel and learns away the pain. But I am the archer, the lover of laughter, and mine is the arrowed flight. I am the archer, and my eyes yearn after the unsullied sight. of the daughters of night, dancing without movement after the clear light. Oh, prithee and fate be kind in the rumbling and trundling rickshaw of time, hooked by the heart to the king, fishers line. I will set my one eye for the shores of the blind.
Incredible. One of the best LPs released this year, the 5,000 Spirits or the Layers of the Onion, the incredible string band, and that was called the Mad Hatter's Song. And behind me, squadrons of engineers operating with the easy grace of an avalanche. We've got a record's B-side of the new one by Traffic, and it's rather exciting because it has no name at all, absolutely nothing written on the label, and actually there may not even be any music on there. You'll find out by playing it though. Strangely, I haven't the slightest idea what that was called. It was by Traffic anyway, and it's the B-side of their latest single. 5 minutes before 3 in the Perfumed Garden. We've still got 2 hours and 35 minutes of music left to go. Here's Jackson C. Frank, and this is called Milk and Honey.
Gold on silver is
tender are her skies. Yes and no are the answers written in my true love's eyes. Autumn's leaving and winter's coming. I think that I'll be moving along. I've got to leave her and find another. I've got to sing my heart's true song. Round and round the burning circle, all the seasons 1, 2, and 3. Autumn comes and then the winter. Spring is born and wanders free. Gold and silver burns my autumns all too soon. They'd fade and die, and then there were no others. Milk and honey were their lives.
Jackson C. Frank, and that's called Milk and Honey, which actually will become a staple diet in the Perfumed Garden, except of course for the dibblers who have to have the nectar of flowers. And if you choose, if you prefer the nectar of flowers, you'll probably allow you to have that too. Here are tomorrow, and this is called My White Bicycle.
Riding all around the streets, 4 o'clock and they're all asleep. I'm not tired and it's so late. Moving fast, everything looks great. My white
shines no light upon our face. Through the darkness we still see my white bicycle and me. My white bicycle. My white bicycle. Policeman shouts, but I don't see him. The one thing I don't believe in, he'll find some charge, but it's not payment. My white bicycle. My white bicycle.
I wear one in my hair at all times. Those are the tomorrow, or that was tomorrow or something, in my white bicycle. And, I was supposed to have read the weather, I better do that. It's going to be mainly cloudy, although it'll be dry, with temperatures falling to 10 degrees centigrade, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And today will be cloudy with rain in places, becoming heavier as the day progresses. Temperatures will be a cool 19 degrees centigrade, 66 degrees Fahrenheit, and the winds will freshen. Outlook for Tuesday, changeable with rain at times and sunny intervals. These are the Misunderstood, and this is You Don't Have to Go. last I'm left alone and dark green in the perfumed garden. Those are the misunderstood, and you don't have to go. And I do wish, actually, that it was possible for me to play for you the other acetates that I have from the misunderstood, but they're still in America, unfortunately, and I can't get my hands on them. One of these days, however, I will, and you'll hear them, and you'll be amazed. There's one thing on there. You remember a thing that the Yardbirds did called I'm Not Talking? Well, Glenn starts that off, and I don't know how he does it, but he plays steel guitar, and you have a bar thing in his left hand that he slides on the strings, and he'd stand at the end of his guitar and he'd sort of bounce it down the strings, and he's like this, and then they go into I'm Not Talking, and in the middle of it, he plays about a 5 or 6 minute long guitar solo, which, unless you can't imagine it, there's nothing anywhere else, anywhere on any record, anywhere in the world that sounds like it. This is the most amazing guitarist I've ever seen. I remember once on the Sunset Strip in Hollywood, they went into Pandora's Box, and it was the only time they ever played anywhere in Hollywood, and because they got paid rotten money for working there, because it was a big prestige thing, and they went in, and they were the sort of fourth group or something, they were sort of just put on there as a joke mainly, and they had all these other groups on there. There was a group called the Sloth, and there was another one called the Third World War, and all these people, and they went on, and all the people were saying, they're groovy groups, just fantastic groups, they're all terrible, and everyone was just sort of sitting there and acting like they weren't terribly impressed by anything, which was the sort of cool way to be. And the Misunderstood went on, and they came up, and they said, and Rick got up there, and Rick was sort of, he really was, he had the sort of Greek god hair stuff, and he just got up there, and he was completely divorced from reality anyway, just completely out of it, and he just got up there on the stage, and he said, hello, we're the Misunderstood, we're from Riverside, and everybody started going, Riverside, very provincial, and anyway, they started off with about a 24-minute version of Smokestack Lightning, and Glenn played about a 15-minute solo, I'd have given anything. I'd give up my entire record collection just to have had that one thing on tape. It's something you wouldn't believe. And all these cool people, who were standing around, pretending they weren't impressed. By the time it was all over, they were standing. Everyone in the place was standing at the bottom of the stage, and they'd closed down the bar, and everyone had stopped dancing, and everybody in the place was standing by the stage. And in the middle of it, they had this bit where you can get, so I don't know exactly how you do it, honestly, because I don't know anything about electronics, but you can get a recurring cycle of feedback on a steel guitar, at least Glenn could. I don't suppose anybody else in the world can, but Glenn is not of this world, I don't think, and he could get this recurring cycle of feedback, and he'd get the thing feeding back, and the bass player, Steve, would get his guitar feeding, his bass guitar feeding back, and the rhythm guitarist would get his thing feeding back, and then they'd all walk off the stage, and you'd have this terrific slashing, crashing sound going on the stage, and they had lights, one of the first groups ever to use lights. They were all going away on the stage, and their stage would be empty, and people couldn't believe it, their minds were completely blown, this magnificent group. Anyway, one of these days, the Misunderstood, under some circumstances, will come together again, and you'll be able to see them and hear them, and you'll remember that John Peel told you that if they hadn't had to break up as a result of the draft and the war in Vietnam and other sad things like that, they could be up with the Beatles and people like that. They really could, because they had such incredible ideas. Anyway, he had a big brother in the holding company, and Janis Joplin, I remember the name, and this is called Call on Me, and I hope you will, actually.
When you're in trouble and
and the Holding Company. That's a magnificent record. Call on me, and you must, whenever you want to, either come and visit me and or call on me, and if you need me, I shall be there, you know, in some way. And I wish we could all be together, actually, tonight, just in some beautiful place somewhere, in the Perfumed Garden, just all together. It wouldn't be necessary for us to speak to one another, because we would all understand right away, and that would be so nice. And one of these days it's going to happen somewhere, somehow, under some set of circumstances that we can't even envisage yet. Anyway, here's a record by the Orange Bicycle, Phased by Russ Tollerfield, who's currently making tea upstairs, and this is called Amy Peake. I used to know a guy in Liverpool who was called Tommy Peake, so this is probably his sister.
Just a girl down our street, gentle smile and bittersweet. There's no her life like yet complete is over and she'll never meet with all the adulation that is due to Amy Peake. You don't believe the blue-eyed stare, there's quiet and secret knowledge there, the knowledge that you'll never share unless you'll be the one to say you care for her and go on caring. Amy Peake is a name. If you want to play the game of love with her, she's not the same as other girls, she's not to blame. She just believes that life has so much more for Amy Peake. You don't believe the blue-eyed stare, there's wide and secret knowledge there, the knowledge that you'll never share unless you'll be the one to say you care for her and go on caring. Amy Peake, now you know she's never feeling high or low, she just allows the mood to grow, and if it does, you'll feel the glow forever, never wanting to forget that you met Amy
Ross does a fantastic job on phasing some of these things. I know phasing doesn't always sound good over the radio, actually, but it sounds magnificent in the studio, and I wish you could hear his version of A Day in the Life phased, because he gets that crossover thing right in the middle of those great big booming passages in there, and it sounds exactly like a flight of planes, you know, some kind of, not even planes really, some astral thing, you know, from another dimension, flying overhead at enormous speed, marvellous. And I wish you could hear it in a studio with decent sound equipment rather than over your transistor radios. Anyway, here's John Renbourn, and this is called Another Monday, which, as he says, is much the same as another Tuesday. And he's right. called Another Monday, as a matter of fact. And now Simon and Garfunkel with their latest American release, which I think is great. And in the middle, they say something about Mr. Leach, or at least a woman says, "Do you have a good day, Mr. Leach?" And I wonder if they're talking about Donovan. Anyway, we shall never know, you see. Another one of these intangibles. Faking It is the name of it. Listen.
When she goes, she's gone. If she stays here. The girl does what she wants to do. She knows what she wants to do, and I know I'm faking it. I'm not really making it. Such a dubious soul, and a walk in the garden wears me down. Tangled in the fallen vines, picking up the punchlines. I've just been faking it, not really making it. Is there any danger? No, not really. Just lean on me. Take time to treat your friendly neighbors honestly. I've just been faking it, not really making it. This feeling of faking it, I still haven't shaken it. Prior to this lifetime, sure you was a tailor. Look at me.
Good morning, Mr. Leach. Have you had a busy day?
I own the tailor's face and hands. I am the tailor's face and hands. I know I'm faking it. I'm not really making it. This feeling of making it, I still haven't shaken it. I know I'm faking it. I'm not really making it.
Great record from Simon and Garfunkel there, and that's called Faking It, which is very popular in America. It's 22 minutes after 3 in the Perfumed Garden, and we'll be going on for another, 2 hours and 7.5 minutes, and actually 9 seconds if you want to be very academic indeed about it. These are The Who, and this is my favourite track from their LP, a quick one, which is another LP I don't have yet, you see. So careful hint to relatives for birthday presents, and it's called Run, Run, Run. And not a bad idea, really.
Open
that's called Run, Run, Run from the LP, a quick one. And now, time to hear from David Blue on the Elektra label, and this is The Street, which is a story, strangely enough, all about a street.
Stories come and travel on, nights spent with memory. As side by side, friends close their eyes and listen with sympathy. Each one of them has a tale to lend as the table fills with dreams. Outside on the street, it's only as it seems. Oh, the sun comes up and it spreads the talk round the table to a few who order up another drink to the days they once knew. Each one of them means no harm, thinks only his are true. Outside on the street, there's only what you know. All the shoe shine man has a corner stool. It only costs a dime. He never cares if anyone's there when he speaks of older times. He has lots of friends, most of them dead, who come often for a shine. Outside on the street, there's only what you find. Out on the street, lovers beneath, lots of lovers who stayed home. Together there to sit and stare, wondering why they are alone. Not so long ago, they were so sure that their love would grow. Outside on the street, there's only what you know. Hotels with numbered rows of doors to history, where the lonely men relive again all that they wish to be. The rooms for them, cold or warm, they have no sympathy.
David Blue in the Street from an Electra LP. The only one he's made, actually. I hope he does some more, because that one was done about a year and a half ago. Out of all the things that I've ever done since I've been in radio for about 3 or 4 years, nothing ever will surpass the opportunity that Ed Stewart gave me of playing some of the tracks from the Sgt. Pepper's LP for the first time anywhere in the world. I felt, like the man who conducted Beethoven's Eighth for the first time, and people said, that's ridiculous, it's not that important. It is. It really was. It's the culminating thing of my entire radio career as far as I'm concerned. This is one of the tracks that I played.
It's getting better all the time. I used to get mad at my school. The teachers that taught me weren't cool. They're holding me down, turning me round, filling me up with your rule. I've got to admit, it's getting better, a little better all the time. I have to admit, it's getting better, it's getting better since you've been mine. We used to be angry young man, me hiding me head in the sand. You gave me the word, I finally heard. You're doing the best that I can. I've got to admit, it's getting better, a little better all the time. I have to admit, it's getting better, it's getting better since you've been mine. Getting so much better all the time. It's getting better all the time. It's getting better all the time. I used to be cruel to my woman. I beat her and kept her apart from the things that she loved. Man, I was mean, but I'm changing my scene, and I'm doing the best that I can. I admit it's getting better, a little better all the time. Yes, I admit it's getting better, it's getting better since you've been mine. Getting so much better all the time. It's getting better all the time. It's getting better all the time. Getting so much better all the time.
Well, it certainly is. Even the hang-ups are straightening out. You'll find out.
I'm fixing a hole where the rain gets in and stops my mind from wandering where it will go. I'm filling the cracks that ran through the door and kept my mind from wandering where it will go. And it really doesn't matter if I'm wrong, I'm right. Where I belong, I'm right. Where I belong. See the people standing there, disagree, never win. Wonder why they don't get in my door. Painting a room in a colorful way, and when my mind is wandering, there I will go. And it really doesn't matter
Perfume Garden, see, nothing's going to stop your mind from wandering, ever. That's good.
Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock as the day begins, silently closing her bedroom door, leaving the note that she hoped would say more. She goes downstairs to the kitchen, clutching her handkerchief, quietly turning the back door key. Stepping outside, she is free.
We gave her most of our lives,
is leaving,
sacrificed most of our lives. We gave her everything money could buy.
She's leaving home after living alone for so many years. Father snores as his wife gets into her dressing gown, picks up the letter that's lying there, standing alone at the top of the stairs. She breaks down and cries to her husband, Daddy, our baby's gone. Why would she treat us so thoughtlessly? How could she do this to me?
We never thought of ourselves,
she's leaving,
never a thought for ourselves. We struggled hard all our lives to get by.
She's leaving home after living alone for so many years. Friday morning at 9 o'clock, she is far away, waiting to keep the appointment she made, meeting a man from the motor trade.
What did we do that was wrong?
He's having,
we didn't know it was wrong. Fun is the one thing that money can't buy.
something inside that was always denied for so many years. She's leaving home,
Bye-bye.
Picture yourself in a boat on a river with tangerine trees and marmalade skies. Somebody calls you, you answer quite slowly. A girl with kaleidoscope eyes. Cellophane flowers of yellow and green, towering over your head. Look for the girl with the sun in her eyes, and she's gone. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Follow her down to a bridge by a fountain where rocking horse people eat marshmallow pies. Everyone smiles as you drift past the flowers that grow so incredibly
incredibly high. Newspaper taxis appear on the shore, waiting to take you away. Climb in the back with your head in the clouds and you're gone. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Picture yourself on a train in a station with plasticine pauses with looking glass ties. Suddenly someone is there at the turnstile, the girl with kaleidoscope eyes. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. 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 Lucy in the sky with diamonds.
Oops, excuse me, all kinds of feedbacky things there. Anyway, those are the Beatles and Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. And time for Judy Collins now in the Perfumed Garden. And this, naturally enough, following upon that, is the Liverpool Lullaby.
Oh, you are a mucky kid, dirty as a dustbin lid. When he finds out the things you did, you'll get a belt from your dad. Oh, you have your father's nose, so crimson in the dark it glows. If you're not asleep when the boozers close, you'll get a belt from your dad. You look so scruffy lying there, strawberry jam tufts in your hair, and in the world you haven't a care, and I have got so many. It's quite a struggle every day, living on your father's pay. The bugger drinks it all away, leaves me without any. Although we have no silver spoon, better days are coming soon. Now Nellie's working at the loom, and she gets paid on Friday. Perhaps one day we'll have a bash when Little Woods provide the cash. We'll get a house in Notting Ash and buy your dad a brewery. Oh, you are a mucky kid, dirty as a dustbin lid. When he finds out the things you did, you'll get a belt from your dad. Oh, you have your father's face, you're growing up a real hard case, but there's no one else can take your place. Go fast asleep
Judy Collins. There's even photography going on in here right now, all kinds of diabolic constructions. That was a thing called the Liverpool Lullaby, which I think is very beautiful. I don't know who wrote it, but it's still very beautiful nevertheless. The Jimi Hendrix Experience now, and this is from the LP Are You Experienced? I often wonder. Is it all over? Yes, it is. I never can tell with that. Jimi Hendrix Experience, and that's from the LP Are You Experienced? Donovan, and one of my favourite of the earlier Donovan things, this is from the LP Fairy Tale, and it's the story of sunny Goodge Street, and you may learn a few things from this if you listen very closely.
On the Firefly platform on sunny Goodge Street, a violent hash smoker shook a chocolate machine, involved in an eating scene, smashing into neon streets in their stoneness, smearing their eyes on the crazy colored goddess, listening to sounds of Mingus mellow fantastic. My, this side. My, this side. In dollhouse rooms with colored lights swinging, strange music boxes sadly tinkling, drinking the sun shining all around you. My, this side. My, this side. The magician, he sparkles in satin and velvet. You gaze at his splendor with eyes you've not used yet. I tell you his name is love, love, love. My, this side. My, this side. My side.
Why can't I write things like that? That's Donovan with the sunny Goodge Street from the LP Fairy Tale. Beautiful velvet sort of caressing voice. Makes me very happy. Here's Marc Bolan, who has a completely different type of voice. Very unusual, and this is with his new group Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's called Highways.
Highways mine the mountains of the moon. Midnight is the sound, singing Cupid's tune. Only sing is believing in the temple of the sun, where silver swords struck the misty morning sun. Jump back, sunlight skims the sky. Downstairs, radiation burns my eyes. Darkness hits the sound of the morning sun, and the misty, misty spores of morning fun. Farewell, lost love, black gloved woman, no. To the prince of lies, there's a metal stone. The prince sees a smile, he smiles to her too. In the misty mist, it circles both me and you.
That is marvellous. That's called Highways from Tyrannosaurus Rex and Marc Bolan, who I'm going to go and see as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Got to meet him and find out, where that strange voice comes from. These are the seeds that were supposed to start this whole sort of flower power thing, which is just a nice commercial word that people can cash in on. It really doesn't mean anything very much, although the sort of basic philosophies behind it are very important. This is called Mr. Farmer.
Farmer on the other side of town is always working hard till the sun goes down. It's up every morning, right on 5, garden green sea has just become alive. But it don't win, but no farm clothes. It's always using a raking hoe. But it seeds is starting to grow like a beanstalk through the sky. Used to live in an apartment in a big old city with 13 pieces of windows built right in it. But he decided to move to a little tiny town. To wanna be a farmer all year round. And on a country road where you can't see a thing, got 5 acres filled with little green things. He said he's working so hard all night and day. Mr. Farmer, let me water your crops. Mr. Farmer, let me harvest your crops. I wanna have a green thumb too. I said, farmer, 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 I wanna be just like you. Farmer walking downtown always drives a crowd when he's around. He's always wearing a city clothes. It shows them all wherever he goes. You can spot him anywhere. Got a bright pink thumb, well he don't care. They said it looks like something from the Barrel Battery. Mr. Farmer, let me watch your crops. Mr. Farmer, let me water your crops. Mr. Farmer, let me harvest your crops. Mr. Farmer, let me save your crops. Said a farmer, farmer, a farmer, farmer.
Those are the seeds from Los Angeles, and that's called Mr. Farmer from a Vocalion LP. Actually, I don't know it had been released in this country until I borrowed it from someone and found out it's exactly 4 o'clock in the Perfume Garden. Don't forget, between us, in some way, we've got to keep the gates of the Perfume Garden open, and one of the ways you can do it is by wearing this badge, you know, which may sound like a drag, but wear it anyway, and, you know, that way you meet people, and there will be a communication, and that is the most important thing. Tonight, it will be mainly cloudy or relatively dry, with temperatures falling to 10 degrees centigrade, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, it will be cloudy with rain in places becoming heavier as the day progresses actually. Temperatures will be a cool 19 degrees centigrade, 66 degrees Fahrenheit, and the winds will freshen. The outlook for Tuesday, changeable with rain times and also sunny intervals. Here is one of our numerous theme songs, perhaps most important of all, I suppose, to me.
Sparrow who's traveled far and cries for rest. Night eyes to the oak tree, I won't share my branches with no sparrow's nest, and my blanket of leaves won't warm her cold breast. Sparrow, and who will speak a kindly word? Night eyes to the swan, the entire idea is utterly absurd. I'd be laughed at and scorned if the other swans heard. take pity in his heart? And who will feed a starving sparrow? Not I, said the golden wheat. I would if I could, but I cannot, I know. I need all my grain to prosper and grow. Love a little sparrow? Will no one write her eulogy? I will, said the earth, for all I've created returns unto me. From dust were ye made, and dust ye shall be.
Simon and Garfunkel. There are a great number of sparrows actually hopping around in the Perfumed Garden, and some of them occasionally visit Hyde Park and places like that, and you can go down to the park and watch them as they stand by the edge of the water and scatter the water about themselves and take their little tiny baths and everything, and they're very beautiful. But the only way you'll see how beautiful they are is if you get up very close to them and talk to them and look, and underneath the little brown feathers they have on top, you'll see multicolored feathers underneath that shine and go right through them and glisten and dance. Look, and you'll see. Here are the mothers of invention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Fellow Americans.
He's been sick. And I think his wife is going to bring him some chicken soup. Plastic people, oh baby, now you're such a drag. I know it's hard to defend an unpopular policy every once in a while. Plastic people, oh baby, now you're such a drag. And there's this guy from the CIA and he's creeping around Laurel Canyon.
Fine little girl, she waits for me. She's as plastic as she can be. She paints her face with plastic glue and wrecks her hair with some shampoo. Plastic people, oh baby, now you're such a drag.
I don't know, sometimes I just get tired of you, honey. It's your hairspray or something.
Plastic people, oh baby, you're such a drag.
I hear the sound of marching feet down Sunset Boulevard to Crescent Heights, and there at Pandora's box we are confronted with a vast quantity of plastic people.
Take a day and walk around. Watch the Nazis run your town. Then go home and check yourself. You think we're singing about someone else, but you're plastic people.
Oh, baby, now you're such a drag.
For years I found no love. I'm sure that love will never be a product of plasticity. A product of plasticity. A product of plasticity. Plastic people are your foot, your hair, your nose, your arm. You eat, suck. Plastic. You are. Your being is you. Plastic. Blah 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 blah. Else
plastic pebbles.
No, a prune is not a vegetable. Cabbage is a vegetable, makes it okay.
Drive. You live in. You dream about. You think only of. You read. You are. Pebbles. Plastic pebbles. Purple prancing. Every flapple.
Through the prune in June reveals your chest. I see your lovely beams, and in that magic go-kart I bite your neck. The cheese I have for you, my dear, is real and very new. Through the prune in June reveals your chest. I see your lovely beams, and in that magic go-kart I ride your neck. The love I have for you, my dear, is real and a very new. Prune, if it is a real prune, knows no cheese.
Chunka, and stands, oh no, taller and taller than any tree or bush. And I know the love I have for you will grow and grow and grow, I think. And so my love, I offer you a love that is strong, a prune that is true. My duchess of prunes. Moving through the prune in June reveals your chest. I see your lovely beams, and in that magic go-kart I bite your neck. The cheese I have for you, my dear, is real and a very new. And they just lie there, drowning and sickening, and it's just, I don't know, look. And I know, I think, the love I have for you will never end. Well, maybe. And so, my love, I offer you a love that is strong, a prune that is true. This is the exciting part. Just like the Supremes, see the way it builds up. Baby, you feel it? Baby, baby, baby. This is a song about vegetables. They keep you regular. They're real good for you.
Call any vegetable. Call it by name.
Call any vegetable.
Call one today.
Call
when you get off the train.
Call any vegetable.
Call any vegetable. And the chances are good. All the vegetable will respond to you.
Some people don't go for prunes. I don't know. I've always found that if they...
Call any vegetable.
Call any vegetable.
Pick up your phone.
Call any vegetable.
Think of a vegetable.
Call any
lonely at home.
Call any vegetable.
Call any vegetable. And the chances are good that a vegetable will respond to you.
Rutabaga, 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 rutabaga.
A prune isn't really a vegetable. Cabbage is a vegetable.
No one will know if you don't want to let them know. No one will know unless it's you that might tell them so. Call and they'll come to you covered with dew. Vegetables dream of responding to you. Standing there shiny and proud by your side, holding your hand while the neighbors decide. Why is a vegetable something to hide?
people don't bother about their friends in the vegetable kingdom. They think, what can I say? What can a person like myself say to a vegetable? But the answer is simple, my friends. Just call and tell them how you feel about muffins, pumpkins, wax paper, Caledonia mahogany's elbows, and green things in general. And soon a new rapport, you and your new little green and yellow buddies, grooving together. Oh no, maintaining your coolness together, worshiping together in the church of your choice. Only in America.
Call it a vegetable, call it my name. You gotta call one a day when you get off the train.
Call any vegetable, and the chances are good that the vegetable will respond to you. Oh no, can you see them responding? The pumpkin is breathing hard.
What a pumpkin. Those were the Mothers of Invention, #1 in a series of underground oratorios. It says from the LP, absolutely free. And don't forget that a little later on this year, actually sometime, I don't know, in the autumn anyway, the Mothers of Invention are going to be causing offence in your neighbourhood. So go and see them when they come. Should be an amazing thing. This is from the Zodiac Cosmic Sounds LP that brought a lot of happiness in the Perfumed Garden because I got a lot of paintings and things from people and met a lot of people through it. And this is the track Aquarius, the Lover of Life.
For 400 or 4,000 dreams may decay into indigo dust that covers Aquarius, and still the voice will say, love. Go, be, but forget no one. Weak, strong, all belong. In the friendly opal light of Uranus, all men can blend, yet still be what they are.
From Zodiac Cosmic Sounds, that's Aquarius, the lover of life. These are John's Children, featuring Marc, Bolan, among others, and this is called Desdemona.
Desdemona, just because you're the daughter of a man, he may be rich, he's in a ditch he does not understand. Just how to move or rock and roll to the conventions of the young. Desdemona, 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 lift up your skirt and fly.
That's a great record, I think. Desdemona by John's Children, and they're going to have an LP in the market in September sometime. Is it September already? I'm getting so tired, I don't even know what time of year it is. It's exactly 4:30 in case you're keeping a record, and I hope you're going to stick with me until 5:30 until we close the gates of the Perfumed Garden with all of us inside, and we'll open them again as soon as we can, one way or another, so that more people can come in and join us, because we need as many people as we can get. These are the Blues Project from the LP Projections, and this is called Flute Thing. blues project, and that's called Flute Thing from an LP called Projections, which is very interesting actually. I thought in this last Perfumed Garden, for the time being anyway, that it would be nice to read another story from Winnie the Pooh, because I read a couple already and nobody said anything about them. It was sort of stunned silence, but I enjoyed reading them, and so as it's 23 minutes to 5 in the morning, there aren't too many people listening anyway, I'll probably go ahead and read another. And I've always identified with Piglet in these stories. I don't know why, some Freudian reason, no doubt. And this one seemed rather appropriate. It's called In Which Piglet is Entirely Surrounded by Water. It rained, and it rained, and it rained. Piglet told himself that never in all his life, and he was goodness knows how old, 3 was it, or 4? Never had he seen so much rain. Days and days and days. If only, he thought as he looked out of the window, I'd been in Pooh's house, or Christopher Robin's house, or Rabbit's house when it began to rain, then I should have had company all this time, instead of being here all alone with nothing to do except wonder when it will stop. And he imagined himself with Pooh saying, "Did you ever see such a rain, Pooh?" And Pooh answering, "Isn't it awful, Piglet?" And Piglet saying, "I wonder how it is over at Christopher Robin's way." And Pooh saying, "I should think poor old Rabbit is about flooded out by this time." It would have been jolly to talk like this, and really, it wasn't much good having anything exciting like floods if you couldn't share them with somebody. But it was rather exciting. The little dry ditches in which Piglet had nosed about so often had become streams, and the little streams across which he had splashed were rivers, and the rivers, and the river, between whose steep banks they had played so happily, had sprawled out of its own bed, and was taking up so much room everywhere, that Piglet was beginning to wonder whether it was soon coming into his bed. It is a little anxious, he said to himself, to be a very small animal entirely surrounded by water. Christopher Robin and Pooh could escape by climbing trees, and Kanga could escape by jumping, and Rabbit could escape by burrowing, and Owl could escape by flying, and Eeyore could escape by making a loud noise until rescued. And here am I, surrounded by water, and I can't do anything. It went on raining, and every day the water got a little higher, until now it was nearly up to Piglet's window, and still he hadn't done anything. There's Pooh, he said to himself. Pooh hasn't much brain, but he never comes to any harm. He does silly things, and they turn out all right. There's Owl. Owl hasn't exactly got brain, but he knows things. He would know the right thing to do when surrounded by water. There's Rabbit. He hasn't learned in books, but he can always think of a clever plan. There's Kanga. She isn't clever, Kanga isn't, but she would be so anxious about Roo that she would do a good thing to do without thinking about it. And then there's Eeyore. And Eeyore is so miserable anyway that he wouldn't mind about this. But I wonder what Christopher Robin would do. And suddenly he remembered a story which Christopher Robin had told him about a man on a desert island who had written something in a bottle and thrown it into the sea. And Piglet thought that if he wrote something in a bottle and threw it into the water, perhaps somebody would come and rescue him. Well, he left the window and began to search his house, all of it that wasn't under water, and at last he found a pencil and a small piece of dry paper and a bottle with a cork to it, and he wrote on one side of the paper, "Help, Piglet, me," and then on the other side, "It's me, Piglet, help, help." Then he put the paper in the bottle, and he corked the bottle up as tightly as he could, and he leant out of his window as far as he could lean without falling in, and he threw the bottle as far as he could throw. Splash! And in a little while it bobbed up again on the water, and he watched it floating slowly away in the distance until his eyes ached with looking. And sometimes he thought it was the bottle, and sometimes he thought it was just a ripple on the water which he was following, and then suddenly he knew that he would never see it again, and that he had done all that he could do to save himself. So now he thought, somebody will have to do something, and I hope they will do it soon, because if they don't, I shall have to swim, which I can't, so I hope they do it soon. And then he gave a very long sigh and said, "I wish Pooh were here, so much more friendly with 2. When the rain began, Pooh was asleep. It rained, and it rained, and it rained, and he slept, and he slept, and he slept. He had had a tiring day. You remember how he discovered the North Pole? Well, he was so proud of this that he asked Christopher Robin if there were any other poles such as a bear of little brain might discover. "There's a South Pole," said Christopher Robin, "and I expect there's an East Pole and a West Pole, although people don't like talking about them." Now, Pooh was very excited when he heard this, and he suggested that they should have an expedition to discover the East Pole, but Christopher Robin had thought of something else to do with Kanga, so Pooh went out to discover the East Pole by himself. Whether he discovered it or not, I forget, but he was so tired when he got home that in the very middle of his supper, after he'd been eating for a little more than half an hour, he fell fast asleep in his chair, and slept, and slept, and slept. Then suddenly he was dreaming. He was at the East Pole, and it was a very cold pole, with the coldest sort of snow and ice all over it. He had found a beehive to sleep in, but there wasn't room for his legs, so he had left them outside. And wild woozles, such as inhabit the East Pole, came and nibbled all the fur off his legs to make nests for their young. And the more they nibbled, the colder his legs got, until suddenly he woke up with an owl, and there he was, sitting in his chair with a decent water, and water all around him. He splashed to his door and looked out. "This is serious," said Pooh. "I must have an escape." So he took his largest pot of honey and escaped with it to a broad branch of his tree, well above the water. Then he climbed down again and escaped with another pot. And when the whole escape was finished, there was Pooh sitting on his branch, dangling his legs, and there beside him were 10 pots of honey. 2 days later, there was Pooh sitting on his branch, dangling his leg, and there beside him were 4 pots of honey. 3 days later, there was Pooh sitting on his branch, dangling his legs, and there beside him was 1 pot of honey. 4 days later, there was Pooh. And it was on the morning of the 4th day that Piglet's bottle came floating past him, and with one loud cry of "honey," Pooh plunged into the water, seized the bottle, and struggled back to his tree again. "Bother," said Pooh as he opened it. "What's all that wet for nothing? What's that bit of paper doing?" He took it out and looked at it. "It's a message," he said to himself. "That's what it is. And that letter is a Pooh, and is a P, and so is that, and so is that. And P means Pooh. And so it's a very important message to me, and I can't read it. I must find Christopher Robin, or Owl, or Piglet, one of those clever readers who can read things, and they can tell me what this message means. Only I can't swim. Bother." Then he had an idea, and I think that for a bear of very little brain, it was a very good idea. He said to himself, "If a bottle can float, then a jar can float. And if a jar floats, I can sit on the top of it, if it's a very large jar." So he took his biggest jar and corked it up. "All boats have to have a name," he said, "so I shall call mine the Floating Bear." And with these words, he dropped his boat into the water and jumped in after it. For a little while, Pooh and the Floating Bear were uncertain as to which of them was meant to be on top, but after trying 1 or 2 different positions, they settled down with the Floating Bear underneath, and Pooh triumphantly astride it, paddling vigorously with his feet. Christopher Robin lived at the very top of the forest. It rained, and it rained, and it rained, but the water didn't come up to his house. It was rather jolly to look down into the valleys and see the water all around him, but it rained so hard that he stayed indoors most of the time and thought about things. Every morning he went out with his umbrella and put a stick in the place where the water came up to, and every next morning he went out and he couldn't see his stick anymore, so he put another stick in the place where the water came up to, and then he walked home again, and each morning he had a shorter way to walk than he'd had the morning before. On the morning of the 5th day, he saw the water all around him and knew that for the first time in his life he was on a real island, which was all very exciting.
The sun was going down behind a tattooed tree, and the simple act of an oar stroke put diamonds in the sea. And all because of the phosphorus there in quantity, as I dug a dig in me in Mexico. There in the valley of Scorpio, beneath the cross of jade, smoking on the seashell pipe the gypsies had made, we sat and we dreamed a while, the smugglers bringing wine, and that crystal thought time in Mexico. Sitting in the chair of bamboo, sipping grenadine, straining my eyes for a surfacing submarine. Kingdoms of ants walk across my feet, I'm a shaking in my seat in Mexico. Grasshoppers creaking in the velvet jungle night, microscopic circles in the fluid of my sight, watching a black-eyed native girl cut and trim the lamp, Valentino vamp in Mexico. The sun was going down behind a tattooed tree, and the simple act of an oar stroke put the diamonds in the sea. And all because of the phosphorus there in quantity. How dug you digging me in Mexico?
On the morning of the fifth day, he saw the water all around him, and he knew that for the first time in his life he was on a real island, which was very exciting. It was on this morning that Owl came flying over the water to say, "How do you do?" to his friend Christopher Robin. "I say, Owl," said Christopher Robin, "isn't this fun? I'm on an island." "The atmospheric conditions have been unfavourable lately," said Owl. "The what?" "It has been raining," explained Owl. "Yes," said Christopher Robin, "it certainly has. The flood level has reached an unprecedented height." "The who?" "There's a lot of water about," explained Owl. "Yes," said Christopher Robin, "there is. However, the prospects are rapidly becoming more favourable. At any moment—" "Have you seen Pooh?" "No." "At any moment—" "I hope he's all right," said Christopher Robin. "I've been wondering about him. I expect Piglets with him. Do you think they're all right, Owl?" "I expect so. You see, at any moment, do go and see, Owl, because Pooh hasn't got very much brain, and he might do something silly. I do love him so, Owl. Do you see?" "That's all right," said Owl. "I'll go. Back directly." And off he flew. In a little while he was back again. "Pooh isn't there," he said. "Not there? He's been there. He's been sitting on a branch of his house, a tree outside his house with 9 pots of honey. But he isn't there now." "Oh, Pooh," said Christopher Robin, "where are you?" "Here I am," said a growly voice behind him. "Pooh," and they rushed into each other's arms. "How did you get here, Pooh?" asked Christopher Robin when he was ready to talk again. "On my boat," said Pooh proudly. "I had a very important message sent to me in a bottle, and having got some water in my eyes, I couldn't read it, so I brought it to you, on my boat." With these proud words he gave Christopher Robin the message. "But it's from Piglet," cried Christopher Robin when he had read it. "Isn't there anything about Pooh in it?" asked Bear, looking over his shoulder. Christopher Robin read the message aloud. "Oh, are those peas Piglets? I thought they were Poohs." "We must rescue him at once," said Christopher Robin. "I thought he was with you, Pooh. Owl, could you rescue him on your back?" "I don't think so," said Owl after grave thought. "It is doubtful if the necessary dorsal muscles. Then could you fly to him at once and say that rescue is coming, and Pooh and I will think of a rescue and come as quick as ever we can?" "Oh, don't talk, Owl, go on quick." And still thinking of something to say, Owl flew off. "Now then, Pooh," said Christopher Robin, "where's your boat?" "I ought to say," explained Pooh as they walked down to the shore of the island, "that it isn't just an ordinary sort of boat. Sometimes it's a boat, and sometimes it's more of an accident. It all depends." "Depends on what?" "Well, on whether I'm on the top of it or underneath it." "Oh, well, where is it?" "There," said Pooh, pointing proudly to the floating bear. It wasn't exactly what Christopher Robin expected, and the more he looked at it, the more he thought what a brave and clever bear Pooh was. And the more Christopher Robin thought this, the more Pooh looked modestly down his nose and tried to pretend that he wasn't. "But it's too small for 2 of us," said Christopher Robin sadly. 3 of us with Piglet. "That makes it smaller still. Oh, Pooh Bear, what shall we do?" And then this bear, Pooh Bear, that's Winnie the Pooh, FOP, friend of Piglets, RC, Rabbit's companion, PD, pole discoverer, EC and TF, Eeyore's comforter and tail finder, in fact, Pooh himself, said something so clever that Christopher Robin could only look at him with mouth open and eyes staring, wondering if this was really the bear of very little brain whom he had known and loved so long. "We might go in your umbrella," said Pooh. "We might go in your umbrella," said Pooh. We might go in your umbrella," said Pooh. Suddenly Christopher Robin saw that they might. He opened his umbrella and put it point downwards in the water. It floated, but wobbled. Pooh got in. He was just beginning to say that he was all right now, when he found that it wasn't, so after a short drink, which he didn't really want, he waded back to Christopher Robin. Then they both got in together, and it wobbled no longer. "I shall call this boat the Brain of Pooh," said Christopher Robin, and the Brain of Pooh set sail forthwith in a southwesterly direction, revolving gracefully. Well, you can imagine Piglet's joy when at last the ship came in sight of him. In after years, he liked to think that he'd been in very great danger during the terrible flood, but the only danger he'd ever really been in was in the last half hour of his imprisonment, when Owl, who had just flown up, sat on a branch of his tree to comfort him, and told him a very long story about an aunt who had once laid a seagull's egg by mistake. And the story went on and on, rather like this sentence, until Piglet, who was listening out of his window without much hope, went to sleep quietly and naturally, slipping slowly out of the window towards the water, until he was only hanging on by his toes, at which moment, luckily, a sudden loud squawk from Owl, which was really part of the story, being what his aunt said, woke the Piglet up, and just gave him time to jerk himself back into safety and say, "How interesting, and did she?" When, well, you can imagine his joy when at last he saw the good ship Brain of Pooh, Captain C. Robin, First Mate P. Bear, coming over the sea to rescue him. And that is really the end of the story, and I'm very tired after that last sentence. I think I shall stop there.
Sunday morning brings the dawn in. It's just a restless feeling by my side. Early dawning, Sunday morning. It's just the wasted years so close behind. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Sunday morning, and I'm falling. I got a feeling I don't want to know. Early dawning, Sunday morning. It's all the streets you crossed not so long ago. Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at Watch out, the world's behind you. There's always someone around you who will call. It's nothing at all. Sunday morning, Sunday morning, Sunday.
Velvet Underground, and that is called, believe it or not, Sunday Morning, from the third LP, The Velvet Underground with Nico. And I bet that's the first time that you've been read a story from Winnie the Pooh very badly at 4:45 in the morning. They do unique experiences every single day. And we've got 34 minutes of the Perfumed Garden to go, and then Chuck Blair will be here. In the meantime, John Mayall and the Bluesbreakers.
You won't hang around with other people. You won't hold a job for any time. You won't talk to me about tomorrow. You never left to sit around and cry. But when I hear you say you'll believe it every day, you'll be coming on top of a hill. say you wanna live. But when I hear you say you'll be living every day, you'll be coming on top of a hill. I've been troubled, I've been blue, I've been so worried all over you. I've been troubled, I've been blue, I've been so worried all over you. But when I hear you say you'll be living every day, you'll be coming on top of a hill. Talk is gonna help you. You gotta find a friend you really need. No use of being mean and evil. You gotta settle down and take a lead. But when I hear you say you'll be living every day, you'll be coming on top of a hill. In trouble, I've been blue, I've been so worried all over you. I've been troubled, I've been blue, I've been so worried all over you. But when I hear you say you'll be living every day, you'll be coming on top of the hill.
John Mayall and Bluesbreakers from the Hard Road LP, and that's called Crawling on Top of the Hill. I had no idea actually that 5.5 hours could make you so tired. Anyway, it's rather nice to feel sort of lethargic and sort of lumpy, you know, sitting here. Anyway, the weather, it's going to be mainly cloudy today, or it will be dry with temperatures falling to 10 degrees centigrade, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and today will be cloudy with rain in places, becoming heavier as the day progresses, which I can't even say. Temperatures will be a cool 19 degrees centigrade, 66 degrees Fahrenheit, and the winds will freshen. The outlook for Tuesday, changeable with rain at times and sunny intervals. Pink Floyd.
There was a king who ruled the land. His majesty was in command. With silver eyes, the scarlet eagle showered silver on the people. Oh, mother, tell me more.
Why'd you have to leave me there, hanging in my infant there, waiting? You only have to read the lines, it's scribbly black and everything shines.
Across the stream with wooden shoes, bells to tell the king the news. 1,000 misty riders climb up higher once upon a time, wandering and dreaming. The words had different meaning. Yes,
Perfumed Garden, and that's called Matilda Mother from the LP Piper at the Gates of Dawn. A couple of minutes now after 5, and in the last day of broadcasting of Radio London, closing down about 3 o'clock this afternoon. And I hope you'll stay with us as much as you possibly can. At least try and be here during the last 2 or 3 hours, because we like to be able to think that you're listening. These are the Sin, and this is called Flower Man.
Flower man, a sunshine shower man. Oh, and I make a living, yes, by giving attention to rhododendrons. Flower man, I'm a flower man, I'm a flower man. Well, that is what I am. I'm a flower man. I've got a spade and a watering can, and I spend my hours, yes, with flowers, devoting to them my powers. I'm a flower man. I'm a flower man. I'm a flower man. Well, that is what I am. Flowers are like people, they get temperamental, all of them, from the daisy to the rose. And flowers are a thing of beauty, they need care from somebody like me, someone who knows. Yes, a flower man, a sunshine shower man, and I make a living, yes, by giving attention to rhododendrons. Flower man, I'm a flower man, I'm a flower man. Well, that is what I am. Yes, a flower man, a flower man. Yes, a flower man. That's what I am, a man, a flower man. Oh, that's what I am. Flower man, flower man, flower man.
Let me remind you, those of you who've stuck with me since 12 midnight tonight in the Perfumed Garden, the sparrows and the dibblers crawling off into their various nests and holes and things to get some sleep. And don't forget to make yourself a Perfumed Garden badge, please. If you don't do anything else ever that anybody asks you, do that, so that people can communicate with you, and they will know you, and you will know them. And it'll be so much easier, and you'll get to know more people that way, and you'll be very happy. You'll find out. Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band from an LP called Savor's Milk. This is called Sure Enough and Yes I Do.
I was born in the desert, came on up from New Orleans, came upon a tornado, so light in the sky. I wheel around all day with the moon sticking in my eye. Hey, 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 all you young girls, wherever you're at, I got a brand new Cadillac, got a Ferrari too. Sure enough, baby, sure enough, yes I do. Got the time to teach you now, let you learn some chill. Got the time to teach you now, let you learn some chill. Sure enough, baby, sure enough, yes I do. Hey, 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 all you young girls, whatever you do,
Leafheart and the Magic Band there, and it's called Sure Enough, and yes I do. And I crave that guy's voice, marvellous. One of these days, you will know more about Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band, although not right now. Here's Sean Phillips, and this is called Coal Tattoo.
Traveling down that coal town road, listen to my rubber tires whine. Goodbye to Buckeye and White Sycamore, I'm leaving you behind. Oh, well, I've been a coal man all my life, laying down the track and all. Got a back like an ironwood bent by the wind, blood veins blue as the coal, blood veins blue as the coal. Somebody said that's a strange tattoo you have on the side of your head. I said that's the mark of the number 9 coal, a little more and I'd be dead. Oh, well, I love the rumble and I love the dark, I love the cool of a sleigh. But it's going down that new road looking for a job, this traveling and looking I hate. This traveling and looking I hate. Well, I stood for the union, walked in the line, fought against the company. I've stood for the UMW of A, now who's gonna stand for me? Well, I've got no job and I've got no pay, just got a worried soul. And this blue tattoo on the side of my head, left by the number 9 hole, left by the number 9 hole. That someday when I die and go to heaven, the land of my dreams, I won't have to worry on losing my job, the bad times and big machines. Well, I've got no home and I've got no pay, just got a worried soul. And this blue tattoo on the side of my head, left by the number 9 hole, left by the number 9 hole.
Sean Phillips in the Perfumed Garden, and that was called London. No, what was it called? Coal Tattoo. I was reading the wrong part of the thing there. Anyway, somebody else has given me enormous pleasure in the Perfumed Garden. You too, I hope. Roger McGough, and here's a couple of his poems from the incredible new Liverpool scene. Listen.
Mother, there's a strange man waiting at the door, with a familiar sort of face you feel you've seen before. Says his name is Jesus, can we give him half a crown? Says he's run out of miracles and now his luck is down. Yes, I think he is a foreigner, Egyptian or a Jew. Oh, aye, and that reminds me, he'd like some water too. Well, shall I give him what he wants or send him on his way? All right, I'll give him 6pence, say that's all we got today. And I'll forget about the water. I suppose it's a little bit mean, but honest, he's filthy dirty. You don't know where he's been. Mother, he asked about the water. I said we hadn't got a cup. Anyway, I gave him a tanner. He really was made up. Said it was little things like that that kept him on the rails. Then he gave me his autograph picture and these 3 rusty nails. Mother, the wardrobe is full of infantrymen. I asked them, but they snarled, saying it was a man's life. Mother, there is a Centurion tank in the parlour. I asked the officer, but he laughed, saying Queen's regulations. Piano was out of tune anyway. Mother, polish your identity bracelet. There is a mushroom cloud in the back garden. I tried to bring in the cat, but it simply came to pieces in my hand. I tried to whitewash the windows, but there weren't any. I tried to hide under the stairs, but I couldn't get in for civil defense leaders. I tried ringing Candid Camera, but they crossed their hearts. I went for a policeman, but they were looting the town. I went for a fire engine, but they were all upside down. I went for a priest, but they're all on their knees. Mother, don't just lie there, say something, please. Mother, don't just lie there, say something, please.
That's Roger McGough and a couple of poems from the incredible new Liverpool sound. It's 12 minutes after 5 in the Perfume Garden, and time for John's Children. This is called Sarah, Crazy Child. I'll just mind you don't play the record at the wrong speed. Happens all the time to all the best people, but particularly to me. First time I've done that tonight, though, which is unusual. It's still at the wrong speed. What am I doing wrong here? I'm just going to give up and try again.
With her past the tortured dress and her seductive bongo beat, her skin is wild like the others and her body's bittersweet. Still she's only just 13 and she's forgotten how to dream. Her brother, the jukebox king, with his venom mouthy sting and his knowledge twisted hair and his 1920 stare. He lived beneath the roadway in a minotaurus lair. In summer he's a young boy, but in winter he's a bear. Broken, dusty mother, her face melted just like wax. Her once gazelle-like features flooded by the Ajax. The sepia picture postcard of the twosome of her once. Soullessly they submitted to the guillotine of their home.
John's children, they're finally going at the right speed. Sarah, crazy child. Here's the first indication we ever had from the Beatles that they were becoming more aware of what was going on around them.
Say the word and you'll be free. Say the word and be like me. Say the word I'm thinking of. Have you heard the word is love? It's so fine, it's sunshine, it's the word love. In the beginning I misunderstood, but now I've got it, the word is good. Spread the word and you'll be free. Spread the word and be like me. Spread the word I'm thinking of. Have you heard the word is love? It's so fine, it's sunshine, it's the word love. Everywhere I go, I hear it said, in the good and the bad books that I have read. Say the word and you'll be free. Say the word and be like me. Say the word I'm thinking of. Have you heard the word is love? It's so fine, it's sunshine, it's the word love. Now that I know what I feel must be right, I'm here to show everybody the light. Give the word a chance to say that the word is just the way. It's the word I'm thinking of, and the only word is love. It's so fine, it's sunshine, it's the word love. Say the word love. Say the word love. Say the word love. Say the
The word, those are the Beatles, and the word is love, which is exactly right. That sums it all up, Billy. I keep saying that, but it really does. And I'd be very unhappy, I suppose, and very depressed and sad right now if it wasn't for the fact that I think that places, Peel Acres and Hamster Hall, and the other places that you've heard me talk about. There are people right now who are actually physically almost with me and mentally just exactly with me, like being right there all together, one enormous great thought, all going out. They'd be saying the same things that I'm saying if they had the opportunity to do so. And this is what stops me from being sad, because really, the Perfumed Garden has been the most beautiful experience of my life as a result of the reaction of people that had no reason to react at all to it particularly. And it's made me very happy. And it's a thing that's going to, we've come to a sort of temporary setback now. But, from here on, we'll dip down a little bit, things will look bad, and we'll come right back and go up higher than we've ever been before. And it's going to be wonderful. You wait and see. Here's Bob Dylan, the rather inappropriately titled thing, On the Road Again.
I get a face full of claws. I ask that who's in the fireplace, and you tell me Santa Claus. The milkman comes in, he's wearing a derby hat. And you ask why I don't live here. Hi, how come you have to ask me that? Well, I ask for something to eat. I'm hungry as a hog, so I get brown rice, seaweed, and a dirty hot dog. I got a hole where my stomach disappeared. Then you ask why I don't live here. I gotta think you're really weird. Your grandpa's cane, it turns into a sword. Your grandma praised the pictures that I pasted on a board. Everything inside my pockets, your uncle steals. And you ask why I don't live here. I can't believe it, you're for real. Well, there's fist fights in the kitchen, they're enough to make me cry. The mailman comes in, even he's gotta take a side. Even the butler, he's got something to prove. When you ask why I don't live here, hi, how come you don't move?
On the Road Again from Bob Dylan. It's unlikely, actually, unless there's a rapid sort of dramatic change in plans and policies and things, that you have an opportunity to hear the Velvet Underground and Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band and the Mothers of Invention and people like this, Country Joe and the Fish, hear them on the radio again, at least not for a long time. And so every time you do, think about the Perfumed Garden, and don't forget to wear that badge, however ridiculous you feel, because this is the only way that I can think of that we can communicate successfully one with another. And we've got to communicate and try and keep things going, Really, we've got to do our best to do so. And there are enough people in London who believe the same way that I do, that we can actually get away with it and do it. I can't take you to the sun, but we can all go together in the misunderstood.
Guitar and song I dream. The sun is what I find. 'Cause love I am as you are loved, and never stop to doubt. And I've seen the meaning of the word that grows within, not out. 'Cause I rise in the morning beneath an open sky. Those words are words and they mean nothing more. With half a mind you laugh at me, 'cause I speak of colors you've never seen before. You've existed in a life that will someday show. I can take you to the sun, but you don't want to go. I can take you to the sun, but you don't want to go. I can take you to the sun, but you don't want to go.
Misunderstood, and I can take you to the sun. This is Donovan, and it's called Writer in the Sun. We'll all be there together. The dibblers and the sparrows, all of us. You wait and see.
The days of wine and roses are distant days for me. I dream of the last and the next affair, and of girls I'll never see. And here I sit, the retired writer in the sun, the retired writer in the sun, and I'm blue, the retired writer in the sun. Tonight I trod in starlight, I excused myself with a grin. I ponder the moon in her silver spoon, and the little one live within. And here I sit, the retired writer in the sun, the retired writer in the sun. The magazine girl poses on my glossy paper aeroplane. Too many years I spent in the city playing with Mr. Lawson Gain. And here I sit, the retired writer in the sun, the retired writer in the sun, and I'm blue, the retired writer in the sun. I bathe in the sun of the morning, lemon circles swim in the tea, fishing for time with a wishing line and throwing it back in the sea. in the sun blue, the retired writer in the sun.
That's it. That's the end of the Perfumed Garden, at least as far as the radio goes. We'll be back in some shape, in some form, somewhere at some time. But as much love has been generated on both sides, it simply can't just disappear.
Wonderful Big L.
I want to thank everybody who's written or listened or taken any interest in the program at all, and the engineers on the ship and all the other disc jockeys and the crew. I've met some very wonderful people as a result of this, and I expect to meet a lot more. Hope I can meet a lot of you. Don't forget to wear your badge, watch out for the sparrows and the dibblers,
Radio London,
and the things that they represent, and all the other little creatures. Be gentle and kind and loving. It's very difficult to imagine that somebody who's never seen you or never met you loves you. But I love you all very much indeed. I hope you never forget that.
Wonderful Big L, wonderful Radio London.
Goodbye for now.